Anyway, welcome back, everybody. How we doing? What's your weekend? I feel like the bot wants something. Not the butt. The bot. Come on. No, bot. Oh my gosh. Closed captioner does not know certain things. It's fine. Okay. Well, here we are. It's Monday again. And we've had a double murder that we need to solve. Or, you know, we can just accuse Kyo and call it a day. No? Alright, I suppose. There's a lag in sound. In my Bluetooth earbuds. I don't know if there's a lag to sound for you guys, but there is a lag in sound for me. And that's slightly amusing, slightly annoying, but you know, we'll deal. Well, get this over with.
Oh dear.
It would appear we all have gathered, but it seems there are less and less of us. I mean, that is kind of what happens when some of us get murdered. Or actually commit a murder and are therefore also murdered.
Oh.
Less friends mean it that much harder to solve mystery.
Don't worry.
Well, don't worry. I'm sure you've gotten a little smarter by now, Gonta. That's very rude. Yeah, Gonta do his best to help. I'd want you to graduate from super idiot level to at least Kaito idiot level.
What?
Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Peanut, what do you want? You didn't eat all your dinner and now your sister's eating it. You bug me and bug me and bug me hours before dinner time for food, and then you don't even eat all your dinner. I know, look at this. There are no wires for you to lay on. Why are you yelling at me now? What? Wait a minute. What happened to the captioner on this page? Oh, it's right there. It just did not catch a couple of my words, that's all. Fair enough. What do you want? Are you gonna lay down? You're gonna lay on my legs down there? Instead of beside me where there's room? You're after the heat, aren't you? You can get heat down here. Okay, maybe not as much, but at least some. Ugh. Now that you're settled, can we continue?
Are you okay?
More importantly, are you okay, Kaito?
Ah.
Yeah, I'm feeling better now. But wow, Maki-Roll sure does pack a punch.
I don't know.
It's your fault. You don't need to worry about our oh my gosh. You don't need to worry about our dwindling numbers. Only dipshits have died so far. I beg to differ. You're still here. Anyway,
That being said,
I know it's a tall order, but try to save your brains this time so I don't have to use mine. Oh, try to use your brains, not save your brains. How do you save your brains? I don't know. I don't know. Think that you have, to be honest.
hoo-yah!
These golden brain cells of mine are a gift to the entire world.
Unacceptable.
It's as though every time you open your mouth, you become less likable.
Rest in peace.
Atua, please, lend us your power. Oh yeah, the cult hasn't died. With its leader.
But
It may be difficult for us to rely on Atua. Considering what happened to Anji, whom Atua loved most of all.
well, you know.
She shouldn't have relied on Atua in the first place. Seriously, it's kind of funny seeing a robot believe in God, especially Atua.
I also.
So what? Robots can believe in God?
Indeed.
Actually, before I even met Anji, I had a similar experience. Hearing voices, I mean. Uh-oh. You might call it an inner voice. It tells me what to do when I'm in trouble.
Got a minute?
How long are you going to say that for? Atua and ghosts don't matter right now.
Jeez.
Yeah, the trial at this time is gonna be rough. We got caught in Monokuma's trap.
Huh?
His trap?
That's right.
He probably made the fourth floor so scary on purpose to prevent me from investigating. Yeah, I'm sure that was his plan all along.
Oh, right already.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Hey, so
Shurichi, say something.
Huh?
What should I say? Time to go. Time to go. Do that every time? What? don't remember. As usual, we walked toward the elevator in silence. As soon as we remaining survivors stepped aboard, we descended. Why such the long pause? Perhaps because there were fewer of us, the elevator seemed to move faster. And so we fell, faster and faster, downward into the black. The elevator stopped, and just like always, doors parted slowly. The light that shines on us from the other side, bright light of our future. Or is it...
Uh-oh.
Boy, they look really depressed. Because there's even less participants now. Don't say they look depressed. You'll make Monodam sad. As much as I'd love to keep hearing this adorable back and forth.
Now then,
Let's hurry up and get this started.
extreme!
Alas, the class trial will begin. I hope you enjoy it to your heart's content. The third class trial was about to begin. Anji Yogana, the ultimate artist. She created the Ultimate Academy Student Council to try to prevent the killing game. Then Tenko Kabashira, the ultimate Aikido master. She hated men, but I knew that she hated this terrible killing game even more. Two who were killed were both trying to stop the killing. And who was the one who killed them? That one person? Two different people? I need to pin that down in this class trial. In order to live, we have to find the truth. And I will fight for it. I will fight with truth and lies in this class trial. We're gonna fight with lies? Sure, I'll save again. We just saved, but I'll save again. Okie dokie. Hi, Speedy. How are things going? How are there things we have not unlocked yet? How do we unlock these? Good, good. Shh, Nightbot. You're fine. A lot of them we haven't unlocked yet.
There's a dragon in my wagon,
Gosh.
and I don't mean to be bragging about the best tail wagon dragon in a wagon you could meet.
startled me. Okay. Yes, you did. I was reading. I wasn't paying attention. Okay. Increases the amount of letter cubes that can be fired at once. What in the world is imagination excavation? Hey. Haha, I saw that one. Can't do anything with question marks. Okay, oh, wait. Fragments is what I need to buy then. I keep forgetting about this. I feel like this one might be helpful, but also I don't have enough for that anyway. Oh, no, it was this one. But I also don't have a problem with that. I mean, I guess it can't help. Or it can't hurt. It can help. It can't hurt.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Indeed. Where's my notebook? There's my notebook. I need this. My sleepy kitty. I also need my pencil. I need you to move off my legs for a second. There we go. Nothing to see here, just an innocent burb. Lies. Oh my goodness. Rude. Yeah. What now? These are not my notes. Chat, where did my notes go? Where did I put them in this book? Eventually I'm gonna need another notepad. I'm running out of pages. Am I running out of beep, bop, or boop, bop, beep. Okay. We have a robot in chat. 2 of them that are trying to talk to each other. Why is it so hot? Sorry, I have a heating pad on my knee because I'm trying to get it to. Well, I did something to it. Was it Friday night? No. Last Tuesday night? Yeah, last Tuesday night. And I don't know what I did, but it hurt. It hurt a lot. And, so occasionally I overdo it a little bit at work, I think, and it starts to hurt a little again. What is this note? Orange, 640. Banana, 630. Lemon, 400. Lime, 600. Potato, 100. What? What? It's not for this game, but I don't know what game it's for. Okay. That's Rantaro's murder. We're on the right track, I think. That's Ryoma's murder. Those are shark notes. Aha, double homicide. Got it. I found it! Why did that say Sharknadoes? How? Captioner, how do you know Sharknado, but you can't do bot? Oh good, you did it this time. I am not making Sharknadoes. I said shark notes, and it said Sharknado. Whatever. Hi, Sharky. Welcome. I had to find my notes. I found them. Anyway, how is Bert? How is Speedy? How is Sharky? I've had 2 energy drinks. We still need to watch the rest of Sharknado. No. Absolutely not. I refuse to kill any more of my brain cells and any more pieces of my soul. There's nothing to be learned from that at all. Nope. There's nothing to be gained, only lost. For what research? What are we learning from that? How to not make a movie? What bad CGI looks like? How to kill with sharks. But it's Sharky, you don't understand. Show Sharky. Would do it in a. I think you need to stop. Oh wait, how would Sharky do in a tornado? Okay. There are no land sharks in Sharknado. I'm typing on a phone in a movie vehicle. In a movie vehicle? What's a movie vehicle? That sounds fascinating. Listen, I had a very my brain kept putting the word it into those phrases, and suddenly it was funny. Very funny. Childish, sure, but also funny. No, I I know you're not driving, Verb. Verb is too smart to text and drive. We do not need to see Sharknado. That seems like a bad idea. For Sharky, you have no idea. None. Verb had me watch it. The first one. I did not go into it expecting something good. But I did not know it could be that bad. And it was not the kind of so bad it's good. I don't even understand that. I don't understand how something could be so bad that it's good. It's kind of like my mom. She has these like little Halloween witches, but like, you know, they're like
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging about the best tail wagon dragon in a wagon you could meet.
Sure, how dare you interrupt me? The witches, these like witches that are like the stereotypical witches, you know, like the crooked nose and the warts and everything. And every single time she puts them out, she has to comment on how they are so ugly, they're cute. I don't understand that. Kind of like I don't understand movies that are so bad they're good. Like, how is something bad, but that makes it good? I don't get it. I don't. Does somebody have an example of a movie that is so bad that it's good? But anyway, it's the irony. Please expound. I've never seen Scream. Do we now need to watch Scream so I can understand what it means to be so bad it's good? I don't know if I want to. And if one of your examples for a movie that's so bad that it's good is Monty Python and the Holy Grail, you've already lost me. Still. It's quotable. It's fun to quote, sure, but no. That was the online example I could think of, or the only online example. Okay. You know, it's a good idea. We could Google this. What is An example of a movie that's so good it's or so bad it's good. Perfect. Nothing has ever gone wrong of asking Google an exact question. The Room? Oh, is that where that quote comes from? I've never seen The Room. Oh, hi, Mark. Ah, yes. Consult the Almighty Oracle. Exactly what I was thinking. Okay, 20 iconic so bad they're good movies. Let's go. One of these I have to know, right? Sleepwalkers? Nope. That's a Stephen King book turned into a movie? Okay. Nope, I've never seen it. Pinocchio, A True Story, 2021. Never seen it. Cool Cat Saves the Kids. I haven't even heard of these movies so far. Did you remember to throw a swear word into your Google search? No, and yet I didn't get an AI generated. Did I get an AI generated? Oh, I did get... No, I didn't get an AI generated. The Google AI has no idea how to answer this question, apparently. Okay, where were we? The Wicker Man? I've never heard of that. Apparently since the Nicolas Cage movie. The Happening. Wait, I've watched The Happening. I would not agree with this. The Happening was kind of meh to me. We should never talk about Cool Cat Saves the... Oh, Sharky knows about Cool Cat Saves the Kids. Interesting. Why should we never talk about it? Of course we have to talk about it now. Samurai Cop? That title just sounds bad. I've never heard of it. Oh look! Sharknado's on here! I'm beginning to think that people don't... Oh! Why? I understand even less now. Cats is on this list. I've never seen it. I know it's based off of a play. Battlefield Earth. I've never heard of it. Batman and Robin. Wait. What? But what? Why is Batman and Robin on here? What was that about? It's been a while since I've seen it, but like, what? What? Why? Okay, now I'm super confused because like, one of these. It's like extra campy and goofy and bad. Battlefield Earth is something. None of this is helping. Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Mac and Me? No clue. Never heard of it. Star Wars Holiday Special? Well, that doesn't sound like it could be good. Birdemic, Shock, and Terror. Oh my god, that sounds as awful as Sharknado. Freddy Got Fingered. I've heard of it. I've never watched it. Manos, The Hands of Fate. Plan 9 from Outer Space. Morbius is on here. I've never watched it, but I've recently saw someone give it half a star. Troll 2. Never heard of it. The Room. Oh, no clue. That's the list. Now you're just naming stuff that was on MST3K. What is MST3K? Just Google Mac and Me with what's the Ant-Man actor? Oh, gosh. Like the one that actually plays Ant-Man? I have no idea. Why am I Googling Mac? That was on the list. Okay, I've got a better question for Google. What makes a movie so bad it's good? I feel like this was a better question to ask. Our AI generated thing that I don't care about. When a movie is so bad it's good, it can often provide audiences with more enjoyment than one that is otherwise well made. Now I just think people don't know what I just... What? What Sharknado? No. Is the entertainment value the exclaiming over just how bad things are? Like, is that what's supposed to be entertaining and make it so bad? I generally don't understand. I genuinely do not understand. A movie so bad it's good is the creation of novel human expression. Oh, I'm gonna need to read more into that. Where's it? The line between movies that are so bad that they are becoming aesthetically valuable, entertaining, interesting, humorous, absurd, cringeworthy, etc., and those films that are so bad that they are aesthetically disvaluable, dull, irritating, offensive, funny, is not always clear. Moreover, this can be highly subjective. Well, I can see that. Okay. This person's going to try to identify some of the essential characteristics of a so bad it's good movie. First, the bad qualities need to dominate, otherwise the film may have so bad it's good elements, but may not be considered so bad it's good movie overall. That's okay. Additionally, these conventionally bad qualities need to be obvious and strong enough that they evoke positive reactions. Tension, interest, laughter, bonding, bewilderment. I don't... This is not enlightening. I'm still very confused. Anyway, I'm kind of over this now. I think people just they're just making things up now. What? Corey is looking up tropes? No, I'm trying to understand how a movie can be so bad it's considered good. I don't understand. Sharknado is on the list of examples of this, and I don't understand. And it has derailed us from our trial. Sharknado is a terrible film. Exactly. Some people enjoy how bad it is. To each their own. I guess it is not a fun time. No. I felt parts of my soul and my brain die. I could feel them withering and dying. So it is great because no, it becomes fun to hate on. I don't enjoy hating on it. It's just a simple fact. It was not fun to see. Like, okay. As much as I really don't like Monty Python and the Holy Grail, I bought that movie once. Because my brother said that it would be a movie that we would enjoy watching as a family. And I specifically asked him because he said it was funny. And I was like, is it my kind of funny? And he said yes. So I bought it. And then I made him buy it from me. Because I did not like it. Some people like different things. I mean, that's fair. Like, I'm not gonna, like, I just don't understand the concept of something so bad it's good. It's very dry and takes pot shots at studio level things. I guess? But, like, certain elements of it, yes, were kind of funny. And like I said earlier, it is a very quotable movie. I still quote it, even though I've only watched it once and I did not like the movie. I still quote it. There have been a number of times where I have just been like, "We are the Knights who say me!" You know? It's very quotable. So I can kind of understand how some people enjoy it. Like, that's a type of humor that some people enjoy. I get that. I do. It's not my kind of humor. It's not for me. And that's fine. And some people can enjoy that. And that's fine. Also, camp is not for everyone. It is not for me. But how... I don't understand. This whole idea of something is so bad that it's good. Anyway. You don't have to. I guess, but I kind of want to understand. The whole Excalibur scene. Okay, are we still talking Monty Python and the Holy Grail, or did you move on to a different Excalibur, which is like the worst parts of that series ever? It makes me cringe. It's exactly British here. Oh, Holy Grail. Okay, I should have just kept reading the next line because that would have given me my clue. We're not talking about Soul Eater. Excalibur, Excalibur. Oh my gosh, that was horrible. But the anime is good. Just that character is also all of Excalibur and Soul Eater is great. No, lots of movies are just turn brain off. I don't know how to do those. Do those? Do that. Burbs. The whole time I was like, wait, why? That water isn't deep enough for those sharks. How is this even possible? Why did they think this was a good idea? That's like, no. Great white sharks can't swim in ankle deep water and be completely submerged. And you cannot kill a tornado by tossing grenades off to the side of it. That's the point, Corey. That is exactly the point. What's the point? Just not made for... And that's fair. I just don't understand how there are, like, what, 6 of them? don't even understand how there are two. This is Bird brought on this. People like me. That, you know what? You enjoy what you enjoy. I'm dumbfounded. How dumb the premise of it is. And the mechanics to reach it and solve it are increasingly dumb. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. What exactly do you enjoy about a movie like that? Specifically. I'm gonna shit on the movie anyway because it was awful. But like, I get the point that was the point. I get that, and I do understand that people love it, and that's totally cool. But now I'm just kind of, why? Alright. It is written in a way that in that way, specifically to show that it doesn't matter. The solution is incredibly dumb. The premise is dumb. It is fiction, and anything can happen in fiction. I don't have an argument for that. The attempts are dumb. It is made just for cool scenes. Just a fun, silly thing. And the humor and bite backs against writing in general is what it... It is so bad that it is meant to insult Freddy. Maybe that's my problem. I mean, as a writer. I feel insulted. Not everything has to be logical. I mean, that's fair. And also, a lot of people are... I won't argue that. Maybe that's part of the reason why it is... I have such a visceral negative reaction for it. Because it is... I don't really want to say bad writing, because if that is what it is meant to be, then that is what it's meant to be. It doesn't make the writing bad, it's just that's what it was meant to be. Hi, Raish. Welcome to a conversation on movies that are so bad that they're good, and Corey trying to understand the concept. Because, like, in order to write something so bad on purpose, that takes skill. That takes a level of skill to do. Like, you can't... Why, Raish, why do you think we're mocking you? Writing to insult the avant-garde is important. I mean, yeah. My friend loves bad movies, but why? I'm trying to understand the why. Because it's... Oh, you know, that's fair. Is it Gith? Does Gith like bad movies? I'm curious now. But anyway. I had to do out of the pocket shot at them, even if I don't. And it's fair. They do pick on Raish enough. It's not Gith, actually. That's fair. But no, I do recognize that in order to write something that is bad on purpose takes a great amount of skill. There is a skill set there. 100%. Absolutely. You don't have to, Corey. Just as we don't have to understand the things you like. But I want to understand. Not because I think it'll make me like it better, but like, I don't know. Corey, that film was made fresh out of a writer's strike, if I recall. Ooh, really? I don't know if that explains anything, but also, just people like different things and being respectful is important. Welcome home, Burb. I'm respectful to a point. Like, I'm not trashing the people who enjoy it. Trashing the movie. But people can enjoy it. You got your Bluetooth to work? Yeah. I don't have the skill to write something that is purposefully, like, bad. Like that. I don't have that skill. I'm too much of a perfectionist to have that skill, I think. I don't know. I just don't have that skill. And that's fine. I don't need to have that skill. I am content with the skill I have. And I can appreciate the skill that goes into that. Not everything is understandable socially. This is not like understanding Impressionism, Corey, or pop art. Huh? Okay. I mean, okay. Fair. I love how we're completely derailed from the murder. What are you? A classical L'Académie de l'Art? I slaughtered that. French, but only enthusiast? No. People just like things. I think you are overthinking. Probably. That would not surprise me. Okay. Zana, have you watched Sharknado? Yes. Okay. Gosh, I'm trying to remember this movie. I've attempted to black out of my brain. Okay. Have you seen Ghost Shark? No. Maybe Expressionism is a bad example specifically because it was ultra sexist, but the point still. Yeah, I understand the point. Most movies I have seen are movies you would not like. So, no movie night with Danica. No, I'm just kidding. Camp and dry humor. Yeah. You've mentioned your enjoyment of campiness. I don't fully understand what campiness is. But I do understand dry humor. I understand that that's a thing people like and get. I do not. That's fine. It's a very... what... The one time at band camp... I've heard of that. I don't know where it originally comes from, but I have heard that all over the place. Camp is a queer art form. I think I need more explanation. Think of Star Wars episodes 1 through 3. But I don't know if I want to admit this on live, but I guess I'm going to. I know a lot of people shit on episodes 1 through 3, but like, I kind of like it. Them. I did kind of enjoy them. Should read about it. Not a good stream discussion. Fair. That is fair. I like those films too, but dang are they camp. Okay, what makes them campy? 1 and 3, I cannot make it through 2 without napping. But fair. Darth Jar Jar cult. Jar Jar Binks is a fun character, okay? Oh, cut, not cult. Sorry. Can explain better off stream. Okay. Fine. Because apparently there are elements of campiness that I do like, because I do like those 3 movies. Emphasis on drama helps there. The point of overacting. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. How does episode 1 end? Been a while. Wisecracks. Okay. Okay. So apparently there are some elements that I like. And then there are some that I don't. And when some movies have an overabundance of the ones I don't, then I don't like the movie. Which is fair and understandable. I know this is like a really weird, like off, like random topic to be talking about, but I feel like I'm starting to understand things a little bit. I'm learning things, and I do enjoy learning things. Which is probably why my brain is so insistent on understanding certain concepts. Over-exaggeration of feelings. And drama. Okay. Got it. Theater kid life. I was a theater kid for a very short time. Camp itself is not a whole movie. Okay. Which is fair. Okay. I think I've come to enough of an understanding that I don't need to keep trying to force y'all to tell me things.
It's punishment time!
You're probably right. Shall we move back to the game? Was not expecting the derailment. I blame Burp. Anyway. This is a long derailment. We've only been we've been live for a whole hour now, and we've gotten very little gameplay done. Innocent? You're not innocent. You're the one that brought Sharknado up. Ugh. Which then somehow morphed into this. For which I blame my brain. That's fine. Alright. Dogs must be outside. I brought it up as a joke. A hee hee ha ha, as you will. And I... And I made it a non hee hee ha ha. I did not recap this time around.
Now then, let's begin with the basic explanation of the class trial.
It's fair. It's fair. Listen, if you enjoy those kinds of movies, more power to you. I guess. It's fine that you enjoy them. There's nothing wrong with enjoying things like that if you actually enjoy it. I, on the other hand, do not, and that is also fine. I find it the reasons why people would find that like enjoyable, interesting. Probably because it's an enigma, and as we all can tell based on what we play, a number of Mondays, for a number of years now, I like mysteries and solving mysteries and enigmas. So, besides, the more I learn and the more I understand, the more dynamic characters I can write. Maybe. I don't know, actually. To each their own. Exactly. And I wholeheartedly believe in that. And I have, I have absolutely no issue if people enjoy those movies. I just don't get it. And I would like to get it. And I think part of that also comes from the fact that if I understand the things about it that people like, and I know people like those things, then I could be like, hey, have you seen this movie? I think you might like it. Because it's one of those movies. I don't know. I think it's more of just like trying to understand the many facets of what make people that I find intriguing when I ask things like that. Because obviously I can't understand it if it's not, for me. And it's not a me thing to enjoy. Sometimes people just do, no more, no less. Fair. That is also very fair. I think there are things that I like that I don't think I could actually tell you the why about. It just do. And that's fine too.
Treat? No treat. Treat? No treat. Treat? No treat.
Oh.
You heard him. No treat. Trat? Wow. No treat. Chat. Those two words. Too close together. Alright. Monokuma is speaking, y'all.
During the trial, you'll present your arguments.
Treat?
For
No
who
treat.
the
Treat?
culprit
No
is,
treat. Treat?
and
No
vote
treat.
for
Oh.
who done it.
You specifically don't get a treat for talking over Monokuma. Just kidding. Treat? No treat. Treat? No treat. No treat? No treat. Aw. What you guys talking about? Taxes. Aw. Dang it. I also don't know where that originated from. Joy. Should I know where some of these things originate from? Probably. But I don't.
Vote correctly, and only the blackened will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will graduate from this academy.
What does it mean to graduate from the academy? That's a question that's not ever answered, because there's from the other two movies. Yes, these are movies. We talk about movies too long. From the other two games, there's nothing out there, but nothing. Everything is destroyed and an absolute mess, and there. So what exactly does it mean to graduate from the academy? What is your reward? I mean, obviously we don't know that, but still.
Also, refusing to vote will result in your death. So you better vote for someone. Now, smiles, everyone! It's showtime! Let's get this crazy awesome trial underway!
Sorry, everyone. I don't think I'm gonna be much help this time.
Kaido, as much as I like you as a character, have you ever actually been any help?
Because of Monokuma's disruptions, I couldn't do a thorough investigation.
I can tell Monokuma is overcompensating to hide his self-consciousness.
Next time, spend less time fixing your hair and more time investigating, spaceman!
Spaceman.
Shut up! I don't need to hear some comedy act from you two weirdos.
Who did it?
Ooh. Does Himiko have some emotions now? Let's go.
Who killed Angie and Tenko?
She's very mad. First she was just empty, and now she's angry. Verb is exhausted and going to lay down. Will still be lurking, but may fall asleep. Good evening. Not allowed. Just kidding. Have a great rest. You fall asleep. I hope you get a good night's rest. I think Tenko is going to be the fire for this trial.
Do not let your emotions hasten your judgment. There may be two killers.
There may just be you. Please, please let it be you.
So, our other culprit might not be one of us here.
Hmm? What do you mean?
The transfer student.
Okay, Monokuma. Huh. Monokuma, can we get some clarification on this transfer student thing? You were kind of on vacation at the time. We need a little bit of clarification here.
Maybe our resurrected transfer student dragged Angie and Tenko into the grave.
I don't think we can have an unknown entity.
There's a dragon in my wagon, and I don't mean to be bragging about the best tail wagon dragon in a wagon you could meet.
getting closer every time. Maybe. I don't know.
Stop it! Stop making stuff up!
Say something, Shuichi. It'll be a mess if this keeps going on.
Is it even possible for a revived corpse to be the culprit? Well, in the interest of being thorough, I should clear things up here. Please, ask Monokuma a direct question. Okay, don't.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates!
No! So, ritual did work?
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back.
Yes. Rantaro was resurrected. The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami!
Please, stop it!
This isn't about believing in reviving the dead. I have to focus their statements. How? We've only just begun and I'm already lost. Okay, we had the Necronomicon. Nope, the Necronomicon. Necronomicon. Well, I believe that no murdered happened. No murdered. I can speak very well today. No murder happened. Really? We have 2 bodies that prove otherwise. Unless they're all just like Kokichi. That's son of a bitch. Murder is defined as unlawfully and unjustifiably killing a person. Okay. Is your argument that the world is in chaos and therefore there are no laws that can be broken? I believe that it was justifiable and that no person was killed. Also, it is lawless. I find your argument a little flawed. I do not believe Anji or Tenko are people. Those 2 are monsters. Ah, okay. Okay. So we have a definition of what constitute as a person now here in the chat. Although you may have somewhat of a point, not in the fact that the 2 are monsters, but the fact that personhood might be in question based on the fact that we had a memory of our funerals and yet here we are potentially maybe alive, but also potentially maybe part of a computer program. For we do have also in this school a computer that has the power to create worlds. Apparently. I mean, I suppose this question of this line of thinking would also bring about the question of, are zombies people? Oh, okay. Oh, never mind. I thought it was. we have a philosophical question posed. Anyway, it's neither here nor okay. I already read that. Never mind. I don't know why I thought it was something. Okay. So we had the Necronomicon. We had the upside down effigies. We had the Monokuma file. What else did we have? I don't remember. Are all those statements correct? Which ones were in yellow again? Okay. I have Necronomicon. Our zombies.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed. Two of our classmates.
Why is one of them truth bullets? Okay. We have Monok. Apparently I can't spell Monokuma today either. Monokuma file number 3. Does that really? Oh. Oh no, never mind. And Necronomicon.
So,
Oops.
ritual did work?
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes. Rantaro was resurrected. The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami!
Please, stop it!
Forehead injury. Side down. Effigies. Okay. Considering the laceration, the injury on the victim's forehead was not bleeding as much as it should. Oh, maybe the bloody duct tape is up for the forehead injury. Okay. Then we have this one. A book. Monokuma prepared as a motive. Oh, it couldn't have worked because the Necronomicon has to be burned to ashes. Okay. Okay, that's our bullet. And it has to go to I think did work.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed two of our classmates.
No! So, ritual did work?
No!
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back. Yes, Rantaro was resurrected. Please, stop it!
So there is only the 2 yellow ones.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed two of our classmates.
No!
I think it's the first one.
So, ritual did work?
No.
Who was
That's it.
resurrected, I wonder?
Okay, maybe it's
Angie
not.
did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back.
I can't.
Yes.
I'm
Rantaro
so bad.
was resurrected. The culprit is the late Rantaro Amami.
Please!
We'll get
Stop
there, Jack.
it!
We'll get there.
This crime was committed by the recently deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
No!
Yeah.
So,
Who was resurrected, I wonder?
Angie did say she was gonna bring Rantaro back.
Why is it being blocked? Okay. Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
oh no!
So it's gotta be the first one.
This crime
But
was
it's the
committed
harder
by the
one to
recently
get.
deceased. They came back to life and killed 2 of our classmates.
I love zombies.
No! So,
Thank you.
wrong!
Okay. See, I got there.
I don't think Angie's ritual succeeded. According to the Necronomicon Monokuma showed us, you have to burn the Necronomicon in the ritual. If Angie's ritual had succeeded, the book would have been gone.
Please don't hate me for how bad I am. Sometimes.
So she must have been killed before the ritual was complete, since the book was still intact.
Then, Gonta think Rantaro probably not culprit.
Probably a good guess.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Well, duh. There's no way a dead person could resurrect.
Now hold on a second! I can't let that comment stand!
Ooh, are you going to reveal something?
Sure, everybody knows that you can't bring the dead back to life.
Okay.
But it's easy at the Ultimate Academy, as long as you use the Necronomicon.
Okay, those two statements don't...
What are you talking about? There's no way that's possible.
I would really like you to explain there, Monokuma, but I don't think you will.
But it's true! I never lie about motives.
Daddy said so he can't be wrong. Raising the dead is totally possible.
Man, I can't believe you guys wasted such a perfectly good motive.
How is it wasted? There are 2 people dead. Isn't that what you wanted?
You should have let me use it to bring Monodum back to life.
Wait. What happened to Monodum?
Monodum is still alive, though.
Oh, okay. Thought I missed something.
I'm just kidding. I wouldn't waste a resurrection on Monodum's corpse.
What a waste indeed. Could have been 3. If he ever pulls a stunt like that again.
Oh? So resurrecting the dead was actually possible this whole time?
There's no way it's possible!
I believe it is. But also, what does it mean to be resurrected in this academy? Is the bigger question.
There's no way that could happen, idiots. Monokuma is trying to confuse us. Let's hurry up and find out who the Blackened is.
Be Kyo, please be Kyo, please be Kyo.
If our transfer student isn't the culprit, then blame falls to one of us.
Please be Kyo, please be Kyo, please be Kyo.
Who? Who did it? Step aside, Half Pint. I'll handle this.
Whatever.
I don't know about Tenko, but I'm pretty fucking sure Kyo murdered Angie.
Yes! Somebody else wants him gone. Although the fact that it's Mew does not make me quite as happy as it could be.
What? Why?
Don't play dumb with me, Creepshow. I already know what happened.
Oh, this is not going to be good, is it? Alright, let's get through this.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty
Front
katana
door?
was the murder weapon. You were the
Back
only one
door.
who cared about that thing, Kyo.
The lockpicking.
I did not care about some katana.
Was Tsumugi's account? Locked herself in the Ultimate Artist Lab. Since yesterday, working on the ritual, she would not unlock the door unless someone from the student council asked her to. Student council members were Gonta, Kibo, Himiko, Tenko, and Tsumugi. I have a question. If... I'm pretty sure it won't matter. Well, let's say for argument's sake, Tenko killed Anji. And then somebody else obviously would have killed Tenko. Would the only murder that still mattered be Anji's at that point? Because Monokuma mentioned that if there were two killers, only the first one matters. But if the first murderer was murdered, then there's no punishment. So then, does the second murderer actually become more important? Just for argument's sake. Would be interesting to find out. Okay.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie!
Ooh.
Oh yeah! I'm a fucking genius!
Okay. Breaking in is an issue because both doors were still locked. And if you broke in, the locks have been broken. Or at least one of them would have been. So, that back door is an issue. We didn't figure out the gold and shiny thing on the handle, which would have been after they left. Right? Maybe? I don't know. I think it would still be the first murder mattered, but yeah, no punishment. I don't know if Monokuma would accept that though. He likes his punishment time. Don't know if he would let it stand for a trial to end with no punishment. Okay. Orikyo really the culprit? Does that story fit the facts of the case? We should think about it from the beginning. Uh-huh. Now that I've re-reviewed bullets that we have, let's now pay attention to the things to shoot.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it was found in Kyo's research lab.
Which is true.
Which makes
But
you,
not
Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone could have taken that katana, you
The
see.
bullets.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
Just
Well,
admit it, you
that's not
shit-eating worm.
True.
You went to the classroom, broke in, and murdered the fuck out of Angie!
Okay.
Oh yeah! I'm a fucking genius!
Katana is something we can agree with. And the other two are things we can argue against. We don't have a truth bullet for the first one to agree with. We don't really have one to argue the second one. But the third one... definitely one we can argue with, but I'm not entirely sure which truth bullet. I don't think Tsumugi's account is going to help here, because that has to do with opening the door. And there's the front door, the back door. What was the other one? Already forgot. Oh, the lock picking. I don't think that's going to help us either. But then I'm not sure which door would be helpful for arguing against the breaking in. Maybe Tsumugi's account can't be helpful. There. New cylinder. What does that do? Wasn't there a way to like change the truth bullet or change something else? Oh, that's not good. Oh, okay. We hold the Y. We turn it into, we tell a lie. Okay. We don't really want to tell a lie about something. Non-stop debate is the non-stop debate of is cereal a soup? Why? That just because that this is called a non-stop debate? Okay.
The culprit used a katana to kill Angie. And it
one.
was
And the
found in
last
Kyo's research lab. Which makes you, Kyo, automatically suspicious.
But anyone
it
could have
does.
taken that katana, you see.
So that rusty katana was the murder weapon. You were the only one who cared about that thing, Kyo.
I did not care about some katana.
It's a lie.
Just admit it, you shit-eating worm. You went to the classroom.
That's wrong!
Haha!
No, Kyo would not have been able to enter Angie's lab. Isn't that right, Tsumugi?
Yeah. Before Angie locked herself up in her research lab, she said she wasn't going to open up for anyone but student council members.
And Kyo is not a member. She wouldn't have opened the door for him.
Kyo couldn't have killed Angie even if he wanted to.
Oh, I'm sure he could have found a way. Dang it, does this mean Kyo's off the hook? No. All my hopes and dreams.
I had no desire to kill her in the first place.
So whoever killed Angie must have been one of the student council members, yeah?
Or Kokichi, who can lockpick.
I was doing a bit to lead you to the right answer. Can't believe you actually got it.
Oh, how
The
clever.
ocean is a soup. It's a very cold soup, but it's a soup. And a living soup at that.
You can just ignore her, Gonta.
The remaining student council members are Gonta, Kibo, Tsumugi, and Himiko.
Well, it's not gonna be Himiko. Pretty sure. Oshi is a soup. Oh, that's how Pano spells Oshi. That makes a bit more sense. Great Lakes, believe it or not, also soup. Believe it or not, also true. And yesterday, Sharky learned that the Great Lakes have eels. Is your blood soup liquid? Things that float in. I mean, you can have a soup without extra bits in it because you have tomato soup, and that is just tomatoes, blended tomatoes. So, yes. You know, it's been a very long time. Have you seen the amount of cholesterol in it? Okay. True. It's been a bit since you guys have done a very, some people would say, cursed food chat talk thing. Also, the amount of free ions it moves. So then, what would be the difference between a soup and a juice? And then what is coffee?
Well, it can't be Himiko. She was besties with Angie. I trust their friendship. You guys do too, right?
You know, Kokichi, I think for this trial, you should just sit there. Okay? You're still not forgiven. Anywho.
Yeah, of course.
Can we trust their friendship so readily?
Why are you casting doubt upon that, Kibo? Is it to cast suspicion on someone other than you?
Obviously. Let's believe in them.
Okay, that did not sound like you fully believed in what you were saying there. You were mocking.
That trims our list of suspects down to 3. Gonta, Tsumugi, and Kibo.
And yet having it be a member of the student council almost seems a little too easy.
Yep. The culprit is one of those 3 people.
Kokichi, how do you manage to just seem so suspect for every trial? For no reason.
You mean one of those 2 people? 'Cause a robot ain't people, Jack!
Miu. At 2?
I will let that remark slide. Anyway, aren't these
Oh!
accusations just a tad too hasty?
You're gonna let that slide with Miu, but not for Kokichi. And hasty, you say?
What ifs? The culprit should confess already. Gonta, Keyboy, or Tsumugi? Well...
No, not Gonta. Gonta would never kill Angie.
Yeah, Gonta's a gentleman. You shouldn't suspect either of us.
You... Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry, chat. You seem kind of nervous there, Tsumugi. Do you have something to hide?
Hey, stick up for me too.
Gonta definitely not hurt anyone. Torture Gonta if you don't believe.
Somehow I don't think that'll make any difference. Unless we threaten your bugs as your torture. Then maybe.
Torture might be a bit too far, but Gonta and I aren't the culprits.
There's a lot of finger pointing going on towards Kibo right now.
And I'm not the culprit either. Jeez.
Something tells me that after this trial, student council will be completely disbanded.
I'm not the culprit.
We're not the culprit.
Oh no.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Student council.
That's utterly impossible.
For last night.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be
anyone
the
can open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student council members
forgot
had
how
access.
completely.
Look, I don't know who the
I
culprit
didn't know
is,
robots told such boring lies.
but it's definitely not
Is
me.
that a robophobic remark?
Insect.
Chaotic these are. There were several suspicious statements, but one is obviously inconsistent. I wouldn't know which one. I wasn't able to focus. Okay. We're gonna have to do this in a few rounds, chat. So the first round... Okay, we had... I'm gonna have to pay attention to the truth bullet. I think one was Tsumugi's account. I don't remember what the other 3 were. So first round we'll focus on the truth bullets. The amount of free... Oh wait, never mind. I thought Pano said something new. And then we'll have to do a couple more rounds after that to pay attention to who says what. Okie dokie? Okie dokie. I'm gonna need my pet bird pencil for this one.
We must.
Okay, so we have the back door. Wait, I don't even know.
Consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Student council.
Okay, geez, look.
That's utterly impossible.
Last night.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student council members had
Late
access.
at night.
Oh no, I can't.
Look, I don't know who the
I
culprit
didn't know
is,
robots told such boring lies.
but it's definitely not
Is
me.
that a robophobic remark?
Tsumugi's account. There's just way too much info to keep track of in my brain.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Student council.
That's utterly impossible.
Last night.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student council members had
Late
access.
at night.
Look, I don't know who the
I
culprit
didn't know
is,
robots told such boring lies.
but it's definitely not
Is
me.
that a robophobic remark?
Insect.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Student council.
That's utterly impossible.
Last night.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student council members had
Late
access.
at night.
Look, I don't know who the
I
culprit
didn't know
is,
robots told such boring lies.
but it's definitely not
Is
me.
that a robophobic remark?
Insect.
I don't even know if that one counts. It's yellow, but it shatters. Okay, that was 2.
We must consider other possibilities.
Ah,
Surely there
shut up,
must be
Windows.
suspects outside the student council.
Student council.
I do, because they're like,
That's utterly impossible.
Last night.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student council
Being
members had
out too late
access.
at night.
Look, I don't know who the
I
culprit
didn't know
is,
robots told such boring lies.
but it's definitely not
Is
me.
that a robophobic remark?
Insect.
is there really just the 2 of them? Okay. So that only really leaves me with one option. Kokichi's lockpicking and only the student council members.
We must consider other possibilities. Surely there must be suspects outside the student council.
Student council.
That's utterly impossible.
Last night.
A dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student council.
Oops, I missed.
Look, I don't know who the
Oh.
I
culprit
didn't know
is,
robots told such boring lies.
but it's definitely
We must consider other possibilities. Suspects outside the student
Trace
council.
student council.
That's utterly impossible.
Last night.
a dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student.
No.
Night.
Look, I don't know who the culprit is,
We must consider.
Okay, chat. Gotta wait for it to just settle down here, I guess.
That's utterly impossible.
Last night.
a dead chick
Not just
can't be the
anyone could open
culprit.
that door.
Why?
Only student council.
Ah!
I heard it!
Uh-huh. I heard it too.
No, it wasn't just student council members that could have opened that lab door.
What was it you said earlier about Kyo opening the door, Shuichi? Unless you're a student council member, you can't enter Angie's lab, right?
Think he forgot something. Sorry, hold on.
I was referring to Kyo. He couldn't have done it, but you could have. Because I saw you open the classroom lock by picking it.
Oh, that happened? I totally forgot.
Liar.
So you're going to pretend you don't remember, huh?
Quit glaring at me like that. Of course I remember. Yeah, I did it.
Sounds like a confession, but I know you don't mean it that way.
I killed Angie.
Oh shit, he does mean it that way. It's a lie. I know it is. Hmm?
Wait, what? What did you just say?
This boy just loves to toy with people.
I picked the lock to her lab, snuck into the room, and then...
Calling the liar a liar? I know,
killed
right?
Angie.
What a novel concept. Okay, Kokichi, you had, like, no motive here.
The culprit was me, all along.
It's a lie.
What?
What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke?
Yes. More than likely it is.
Nah, no joke. I thought that if I confessed, I could atone for my sins.
With your death. Oh, okay. I'm sure you thought that exactly.
And it helped. I feel so much better. Whew!
He's making a mockery of this case. On purpose. And he's enjoying it.
Wait, so Kokichi really is culprit?
No, he's not.
No, he's lying. I think. Maybe?
He's lying. I'm certain of it.
Oh, good! Shuichi, you know too! You're so smart.
No, definitely not a lie. I killed Angie.
No, definitely a lie. You're really playing this one up.
Shouldn't you guys believe the culprit when they confess?
No, because they don't confess. Confession means death and not freedom. And also, it's you, Kokichi. It's you. You had me thinking that you had died. For all of, like, 3 seconds, 5 seconds? I don't know. How long is that stupid clip I made? Whatever. And that was a lie. And, no wait, we're still talking about Anji. That would have been Tenko's murder. But still. No, we don't believe a culprit when they confess because the culprits don't confess. And you are a notorious little liar. Because you enjoy it.
Then let me ask you, culprit. How did you lock the room?
Huh? Well, it's the same as opening it. You pick the door closed from the outside?
No, that doesn't make sense.
That was kind of like a Kyo laugh. Nope.
Huh? What doesn't make sense? Can't you lock a door by picking it?
I have no idea. But that's not what happened.
Maybe, but that's not how the culprit locked the room. They used a different method.
What different method? Yeah, Mumbles. Use your big boy voice and explain yourself.
Open your little ears and maybe you'll understand something. That was mean.
There were 2 doors to the classroom, and the one locked last was...
The back door.
That's it! The back door. That's how they made this a locked room mystery.
The back door had a sliding lock, yes? How was it locked from the outside?
The culprit used a certain tool.
The tool that the culprit used to lock the sliding lock from the outside was... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You make it. I actually hate this puzzle. Well, that wasn't helpful. Okay, so we have that. What is... That's supposed to be the katana? Sickle and the katana scabbard? Okay, this was still in the room, so it couldn't have been this. It had gold foil on it, so I would think this... How? Unless it is this. And somehow it was... Oh, I don't... If it was stuck in the effigy and left to swing? That might do it.
I see it!
Oh.
The gold leaf katana that was stabbed into Kaede's effigy.
What, child?
The culprit used that to hit the knob of the sliding lock to lock the door.
Seems like a lot more work than just kind of wrapping a string around it through the door. But, you know, that's me. I don't know if
So
that
the
even
gold
would work,
leaf was on the
but
sliding lock,
I
it
think so.
says.
Because when the katana hit the lock, some of the gold leaf rubbed off on it. The gold leaf on that katana did peel rather easily.
That evidence rings a bell. Specifically, a school bell.
Oh? You have something to say, Monokuma?
Huh? Are you talking about a different school? What school was it?
Now, that doesn't matter anymore. Let's not dwell on the past.
Wait a second, wait a second. Is he referencing something from a previous game? A school. Is there something with a school bell? Gosh, I can't remember.
Ooh, the gold leaf landed on the sliding lock when the katana touched it. So that means the culprit used the katana To move the sliding lock, right?
Oh, you finally decided to drop your little scheme. Okay.
But wait, how did they move it with a katana? And from outside Angie's lab?
The clue that might give us the answer is the layout of the area itself. It was an odd setup after all. The katana stabbed into the effigy. The effigy's hung upside down.
Angie didn't do that as part of the ritual?
No. Nowhere in the Necronomicon did it say you had to hang the effigies.
If it was not part of the ritual, then it must have been for a different purpose, right?
Different purpose. What could that have been? Culprit somehow used the setup to lock the room. I mean, they swing easier when they're hung up. In that case, I need to know the reason behind every step of that setup. If I do that, the way the culprit locked the room should be clear. Oh, yay. I missed. No. Ow. I never pretended to be a good driver in games. I'm a good driver in real life, but not in theater. Who turned the handle of the sliding lock? Or what turned the handle of the sliding lock? I don't... Thomas. Not the hilt. The effigy's hand? Oh no, it is a katana's hilt. For some reason I was thinking... Sheath. I don't know why. Bring panic, I guess. You know, I could just drive down the center of the road and hit everything I needed to at that time. Not now. There's not really a penalty for missing these, except it takes longer. What was done to make the katana turn the lock? Good question. Yeah, but she was made to swing? Sliding lock could have been tampered with, so it has to be this one. I really don't care much for this game. This time I haven't hit another car yet. There's still time. Out. How was the effigy manipulated to make the katana effective lock? I feel like we had all the answers to these, and they decided to make me question myself by asking them again. Miss! Oh, spinning it would work, I guess.
It connects.
Okay.
That's it. The reason the culprit stuck the katana into the effigy was so that it would hit the sliding lock as the effigy spun.
Effigy spun?
That's right. If you spun the effigy, the rope it was hanging from would twist.
Oh. I sometimes forget that I have to actually push a button.
Then, if you let it go, the rope would unwind and the effigy would spin the other way. And of course, the katana would spin with it.
I see. So the culprit used the katana's counterspin to push the lock into place?
The culprit simply needed to spin the effigy's rope and then swiftly leave. This would cause the spinning katana to hit the sliding lock. And thus was the back door of an empty classroom locked from the inside.
Yes, that's how Angie's lab was locked. By using the effigy with the katana.
A plan born from the heart of a sword traveling through the air to intercept us.
You're way too excited by this concept.
Oh, but could it have moved the slide lock so easily?
Yes, because that is why the fact that the sliding lock was easily moved back and forth was so important to note.
The sliding lock was pretty loose. A little push could move it. As long as the spinning katana hit the lock, it would have slid into position.
Even if the culprit failed the first couple times, they could keep trying until it locked.
Which is why the culprit chose to strike at nighttime, as to avoid detection.
Yes, since the student council prohibited anyone from walking around at nighttime.
Are you saying it's the student council's fault?
One day, Sharky. One day. I saw the chat move out of the corner of my eye and I looked over. Poor Sharky. Wants to scare me so bad.
I didn't say that.
In any case, the culprit probably used the murder weapon for this trick. It had to have been the right length to hit the sliding lock from the effigy.
The culprit couldn't find a blade long enough in my lab, so they settled for the katana.
The other effigies were only hung up so we think it was some kind of ceremony.
Aw, look at that. Kaido with an intelligent thing to add.
That way, we wouldn't notice the lock trick.
But Kokichi did say earlier that he could have picked the lock closed. I don't want to completely ignore that possibility. But I can't imagine the culprit would have done all this just for a distraction.
If that's the case, then Kokichi's confession earlier was actually...
A lie.
Seriously? You fucking lied again?
Do you expect anything else out of that boy's mouth after all this time?
Cough it up, Kokichi!
Oh, man. You guys got me. Okay, I'm not the culprit.
Which could also very easily be a lie. Oh my gosh. But I'm fairly sure he's not. Actually, I'm not. He was up there already. On the other side. It really could have been him. I don't know what he was doing up there.
You're telling the truth this time, right?
I want to say I'm lying, but I'm not.
It's just an instinct to just admit that he's lying all the time.
Why did you say you were the culprit?
I wanted to lure the culprit out. If I claim to be the culprit, then the real culprit would agree as well. You get me?
Did anybody agree? I don't think they did. Though I think your tactic failed.
And if they pressured me to confess, then that would have looked mighty suspicious. Sheesh. Darn it. It didn't go my way because Shuichi butted in on my plan.
I'm sorry that we're intelligent enough to know that your explanation of events did not make sense. Lie better.
You and your fucking lies! Go sit in the corner and play with yourself!
Okay, I'll start right now.
No.
Alright, so who's the asshole who set up this locked room mystery?
Okay. Who has the brains to pull this off and to think this up?
Mew, I can't hold it up anymore.
Oh my god. No. Kokichi!
What's the matter? You going soft on me now?
Kokichi, stop encouraging her.
Who made the locked room mystery doesn't matter since anyone could have done it. Don't you even understand something as basic as that, you filthy cum dumpster?
Oh my gosh. Why? Why are they like this?
Dumpster!
Why are they like this?
Finally! Someone finally called me a
No!
dumpster!
Skip it!
What should we talk about now?
Not that! I hate Mew. I also hate Mew. Can it please be Mew or Kyo? Those are my top two hopes right now. Oh my gosh. I'm not sure which one I want gone more. The one whose laugh just itches the wrong part of my brain? Or her, with her very dirty mind. Paper. Some good death choices, indeed.
We must focus not on the locked room, but on who entered Angie's lab. Only one of the student council members or Kokichi could have gained entry. Therefore, the culprit must be among their number.
Which actually rules out both of the people I would like to be the killer. So let's not do that.
That leaves us with 4 suspects. Tsumugi, Gonta, Kibo, and Kokichi.
Like, the 4 least likely people, and Kaito, to actually commit this murder. What do any of them actually have as a motive to kill Anji? Gonta couldn't hurt a fly. Literally. Kokichi is just... There's no point in it for him to have committed this murder. Like, he has nothing to gain. It's not going to be entertaining to him. Tsumugi... I have no idea. She's does not seem very likely to commit a murder. Although, she is a quiet one. We have learned in the past that it is a quiet one you really have to look out for. After all, no one would have suspected the maid from the last game. And yet, no, she wasn't a maid. She was, a nurse. Who have been a killer? Crap, what is her name? Hey, no, help me out. She was one of the last people I would have suspected of murder. And yet, there she was. Oops. What is this page? Do I even have notes from game 2 in here? I don't know. Probably not. I can't think of her name though. And it's bugging me. But in any case, I would not rule her out. But why? The why is important to me. And Kibo? Oh, I actually have no idea if Kibo is able, like, I don't know. Kibo's a mystery still.
Don't forget Himiko. She's also a part of the student council.
True. But very doubtful.
Doesn't matter if she was besties with Angie, she's still a suspect.
That contradicts what you said earlier, which I can prove using my recording function.
It's fine. That's just a waste of time.
Me? A suspect?
No.
Never kill Angie!
Probably the most emotion we've ever gotten out of this girl.
So, calling all suspects, what should we discuss next? I want to hear everyone's opinion. What would you say to get yourself off the suspect list?
What? Fine. Hasty.
Why are you trying to lead the debate? You're a suspect too.
Silence, outsider. Only the suspect rangers are allowed to speak.
The suspect rangers. I love it. The suspect rangers. For absolutely no reason whatsoever, I'm writing that down. Suspect rangers, unite! Anyway. I don't know why that's amusing to me, but that is amusing to me. First, this character is amusing to me.
Suspect rangers?
By the power of suspicion.
I agree. Those under suspicion should explain themselves thoroughly.
Wait, hold on. Himiko, Kokichi, Kibo, Imugi, and Gonta. There are 5 of them. Suspect Ranger seems to really fit. Okay.
We might catch them with their pants down.
Go, go, Suspect Rangers. I'm enjoying this way too much.
Anyway, I want to ask the suspect rangers. What should we talk about? What should we say to get ourselves off the suspect list?
Who's the red suspect? No, we're looking for the black suspect. I think at this point, Kokichi is our red suspect. He seems to be the leader. He is this ultimate supreme evil leader, overlord person. So yeah, I think Kokichi is our red suspect. A red suspect leader, or suspect ranger. Does that make Tsumugi pink or yellow? And then Himiko would have to be the other. But also, we need to know black. But also, there is at least... See, there is... I'm gonna, like, show off way too much of how much of a nerd I was as a child for Power Rangers, but here we go. There was a season... It's a ninja season, where the leader was actually blue and a girl. Which was cool. There was also a season where the Yellow Ranger was a guy, which was also, he was interesting. I liked his character. He was very, very out there. I think those are the only, well, let's see, the Ninja Storm one where the girl was blue and the leader would have had a red ranger, and I think the other one was also a guy who was also yellow, but I don't fully remember now that I try to think back on it. That one, that character does not stick out in my brain much at this time. Anyway, moving on. Yes, I watched a lot of Power Rangers as a child. It's fine.
Well, guys, I want to hear what you think.
That's sort of a difficult question, you know?
Is it?
Gonta not smart enough to know answer to that.
Yes, it is difficult to formulate a logical response to that question.
They're all guilty.
Not articulate with words, huh? Don't you guys want to prove your innocence?
They don't trust you one bit, and I don't blame them. You're probably plotting.
Why did Tenko have to die
We're getting a lot of emotion from this from Himiko today. Anger, sorrow. Not just the same empty girl. Everyone gets a punishment. Ooh. Would that make Monokuma happier?
I want to know what happened to Angie too, but can we talk about Tenko's case now and not just Angie?
I got you exactly where I wanted, Himiko.
Kokichi?
What do you mean?
Hey. Onyx. Don't corner her. Peanut. Don't be a brat. You probably started it too, didn't you, Missy? You usually do. Anyway.
The two victims could have been killed by two separate murderers, you know. So we need to find the first Blackened responsible for the first victim. We gotta figure out who killed Angie. Until we solve Angie's case, Tenko's case is meaningless.
Not necessarily. I could think of a reason why the two are... No, I can't. As long as you two play nice, it's fine. But you gotta play nice.
Did you suggest that to waste our
It's
time?
not meaningless!
More anger for Himiko. Himiko?
Tenko's death was meaningless? How dare you! Poor Tenko! How could you do this to her? Himiko...
Himiko, stop it with your crappy lies.
What is she lying about, Kokichi?
Lies?
Everything you said is total BS. You didn't give two shits about Tenko when she was alive.
Okay. Let I see where you're going.
But now you're like, oh no, poor Tenko, after she's dead. Come on, really?
Someone is really hyper right now.
Kokichi, enough!
No. It's okay. It's no surprise he'd think that. I know I ignored Tenko before. That's why I'm so upset now. I should have faced Tenko, worked things out with her while she was still alive. But now, it's too late. I can't complain to her or thank her. It's too late.
Yeah, seriously! It's way too late to realize that now.
Where Himiko?
Our only option is to face her death head on.
Face her death?
Himiko,
Children.
I understand what you're going through.
I'm not your scapegoat. Off the other one, Princess. Who knocked the mushroom on the floor? What did the mushroom do to you? Huh? How dare you be so rude to my mushrooms? What else is on the floor too? What else did you knock on the floor? Oh no, it's just the one mushroom. The other thing is a cat toy. What the heck? Oh my God. In the tunnel. Hi! What are you up to? You have a box full of toys. You can play with the toys. Wait, hold on. It's the funniest little leak. They irritate me so much in the mornings and when I get home. But I also love them so much. Onyx is particularly entertaining at times. Here we are.
So I'm gonna help you out. Let's work together to find the truth. I'm not gonna let anyone say her death didn't matter.
Kaito. Alright. I'll put a silencing curse on whoever calls Tanko's death meaningless. The name of the curse is Death Curse!
I suppose being dead would silence someone pretty good.
Listen up! All you guys are gonna help out too. Abandoning someone who died and only thinking about your own survival. That's just as bad as a hit and run! I won't forgive something so messed up!
Tenko was our friend. Gonta wanna know why she died too.
I already told you that's so unnecessary. We're getting sidetracked here.
Are we?
No, even if it was a different culprit, we need to know how Tenko died. If we don't find out who killed her, we won't be able to work together. Not now, not ever. Even if this trial isn't for her, in order for us to survive, we need to get to the bottom of Tenko's death. Not just to survive this trial, but so we can keep going and live on!
Righto.
Finally, you noticed. Jeez, you're so slow.
Oh my gosh. Stop playing like you actually know how things are gonna go and that you're actually trying to set things up.
Huh? Did Kokichi want us to notice?
Don't listen to his crap. We haven't decided whether there were two different culprits yet.
Let us talk about Tenko's case then. Perhaps that will provide us a clue.
Kokichi is such a distraction in all of these cases, and yet he still somehow manages to get us to find certain things when we need to. It's so annoying.
Yeah, maybe.
Onyx, you can pull the toys out of the box. It's not hard. You were just in the box, you just have to grab one and pick it up. You're a very smart kitty, I know you can do it. You're not wrong, but I don't mind going over Tenko's case. That was an abrupt change of topic. That intentional?
So, what do we talk about first?
For now, let's see if we can narrow down the list of suspects.
Tancrotch probably got killed during the seance, so everyone there's suspicious.
No, not necessarily.
Tancrotch!
People who attended the seance. Korikyo, Shuichi, Himiko, Kokichi. Yes.
That's it! It was me, Kyo, Himiko, and Kokichi.
So those four are the culprits!
There are 2 people in that list that would have been at both murders. But also, we know that the murder of Tenko didn't necessarily have to be the people at the seance, technically. No, Wait. No. Okay, so there was the underneath the floorboards things that we found. The only thing that makes me hesitant about that being used is that in order to be able to see where you're going, you'd have to have a light, and the room was completely pitch dark. We would have seen a light. Fairly certain. Especially from the one corner. So I'm not sold on the fact that that was used for the murder, especially since also she was stabbed in the back of the neck, and if she was curled up like a turtle, her neck would have been facing upward. This is a very confusing murder for me at this time, but I'm sure things will become clear.
Oh, Himiko still culprit?
Kiba was kicked out of the sick too. Child, those are not toys. Hey, knock it off. Leave the stuff up there alone.
Well, that's probably just a coinkydink. The most suspicious out of the 4 is really...
Kyo.
Kyo!
Just kidding.
He suggested the whole seance idea.
Hello, Adbrick. Child, please, knock it off. Now you're just gonna lay on them? Is it comfy? A strange cat. I don't know, would Kyo sabotage his own seance? Especially when he felt so strongly about performing. Sorry. Don't know. I'm not entirely sold on that. Really want him to be the killer, but also... I'm not fully sold on... Sold on, I don't know where my brain was going with that. I'm not completely sold on the fact that it might be Kyo, mostly because this seance was a big deal to him, and I don't think he would have sabotaged it. Unless he had a really good reason to use that as a cover to get rid of Tenko. But he also had no reason to believe that Tenko would take the spot in the center of the thing. Like, was Tenko actually targeted, or was she just a murder of convenience? If such a thing were possible. Like, if you were planning a murder, that would have been a really good time to do it, especially if you've set up that room already. That's the other thing. They set up the room ahead of time. And didn't Himiko suggest that room to be used specifically? completely forgot about that. There's so many questions.
True, I may have suggested it, but I explained the procedure beforehand, yes? If we all knew of it before the murder, then we are all equally suspicious.
Well, I suppose, but...
In addition, the seance wasn't entirely in my control either. I was not the one who selected the room we performed it in. It was Himiko.
Which is true, and we just talked about that. I just mentioned that. It's just...
Oh, right.
Oh yeah, someone to cut themselves while setting that whole thing up. And I totally forgot about that too. Yeah, we have no idea if anybody has been injured lately. It could be a part, you know, that we can't see under clothing, like an arm or something. Although, I wonder if that, I mean, that probably rules out Kibo. He can't, pretty sure he doesn't bleed, you know, blood, being a robot.
Also, we should not limit our suspects to only those who participated in the seance. The empty room had a point of entry from outside, you see.
Point of entry from outside? He must be referring to...
There! You're talking about under the floor, right?
Huh? Under the floor?
Yes, there's a crawl space under the floor a person could move through. There was also a hole that connected it to the neighboring room.
If the culprit used the hole, they could have entered and exited the seance room.
If we consider that possibility, then there is another suspect.
Another suspect? Who?
It's appearing before me.
Sure.
Oh, I can see it clearly. The true identity of Tenko's killer.
Yeah? Here we go again. Charlie's forward Kibo's
The
flashlight
culprit sneaked in during the
function.
seance by
my
crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our villain had a light.
Light? You mean candle?
I mean Kibo's flashlight function.
Oh, that's already been brought up
Now,
now.
hold on a second.
Kibo could have used that function to get under the floor and sneak into the empty room during the seance.
I said hold on a second.
He used his robot functions to commit the murders.
Okay, so that is going to be an
Hold on a
important part.
second.
The hole in the corner. Okay. It's true that with a little light, you could move under the floor. Is that possible? Whatever.
The culprit sneaked in during the seance by crawling under the floor.
But it was pitch black during the seance. How could they even see if they were under the floor?
Because it wasn't dark under the floor. You see, our had a light.
That's wrong! I don't think the culprit could have used a light while under the floor. There was a hole in the corner of the room. If a light were used, it would have leaked through and we would have seen it.
But when we did the seance, the room was definitely pitch black.
So a light was not shined under the floor, which means you cannot claim I am the culprit.
Well...
Jeez, here I thought this would be the case where the murder could only be done by a robot.
You have accused me of being the culprit more than once now, simply because I am a robot. My status as a robot does not mean I am capable of performing superhuman feats.
It's true. We've seen some of his robot abilities.
My vision is somewhat poor, and I only possess average physical strength and intelligence.
Oh.
All right, you made your point. God, now I feel sort of bad for you.
I neither want nor need your pity.
Enough with the flashlight! It's way too bright!
It would have been difficult to move around under the floor in that pitch-black darkness. Maybe the floor and the hole have nothing to do with this case.
Then why was floorboard under Tenko lined up funny?
Was moved.
Gonta think that was so culprit could stab Tenko from underfloor.
Ooh, nice observation, Gonta. Are you finally getting used to the class trials?
Shut up, Kokichi.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Oh, Gonta, you're too innocent.
Don't say it like that. You're better off not being used to this kind of stuff.
Maybe they marked Tenko with glowing paint and looked for that.
How would they have seen it through the floor?
That'd let the culprit find her. Then they could stab her through the floorboards.
Unless they marked the underside of that floorboard. Ooh. Mugi, you might be onto something.
Boy, that sounds really familiar too! But I'm just gonna ignore it.
Oh my gosh, was that something that was done in another game too? Oh, it was! It was the second game! Oh, when wasn't that when the Byakuya clone was murdered? The ultimate imposter? No. Yeah? No. No. Not imposter. The, oh, frick. Guy that looked like Byakuya, but, like, rounder. In the I think it was a cafeteria. There was all the dark paint used, I think. If I remember correctly. Oh my god, where's Paino? So what is the bell? Oh yeah, under the floor with the night vision goggles. Yeah. Okay, so the bell had to have been a reference to another murder in another game, but which one? Oh, that's gonna bug me. Which murder had to do with the school bell? can't remember.
Her corpse didn't have any trace of glowing paint, though.
Hold on. I'm gonna poke a gnome. Oh, cool. Thanks, Sana. Okay, I poked a gnome. I can't remember, and it's bugging me. I do like the little references and nods to the other game, but now it's bugging me that I can't think of it.
Oh, yeah. So then why was that floorboard loose?
The loose floorboard was the one under Tenko, right?
These 3 from 1? And I was having trouble remembering too. Or Celeste tried to hide a murder with a fake murder at the same time. What does it have to do with the school bell? No. No, that wouldn't have been the one with the No, that was 2 that I was just thinking about. Okay, first one. Celeste. Fake murder. I know in the second game there was a murder where... No, wait. I keep thinking of the murder in the garden. When the timed sprinklers made things difficult. That had nothing to do with... That was the second game. And had nothing to do with a bell. If I remember correctly. Celeste... Wasn't Celeste's a double murder? And there was a fake murder which would have been Hifumi, who she tricked. Weren't those the hammers that were... No? Was the hammers the second one too? I don't know. I can't remember. These games have taken up so much of my life, and I can't remember. Curse this memory of mine. Alright. I'm gonna... The nurse from 2 also used the bells to hide murder? Wasn't that... I'm gonna have to go through and rewatch all of my VODs to figure this out. But not now. Stop thinking about it. Shh, Raish. Why are you so loud today, Raish? My goodness. That's twice now. Tone it down a little. Raish is feisty. So feisty today. No. No. Not necessary. Moving on. I'm gonna try to like put these little hints behind me for now and just move on, because otherwise it's just gonna drive me nuts and I'm gonna have to go look. I'm half tempted to do it anyway, but
If the culprit used it while she was still alive, she'd totally notice.
oh, the
Who
glow
fucking cares? Fussing over that won't get us closer to the culprit!
Riggis. Yep, Riggis. I like typos. Typos are fun to try to say out loud.
We shouldn't dismiss this line of inquiry, however.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of butting our heads against this, how about we concentrate on another issue?
I am curious if that floorboard was marked by glow-in-the-dark paint. We didn't think to look for something like that.
What other issue?
Perhaps first, we should figure out how and when exactly Tenko was killed.
When? So not during seance?
No, it would have been during the seance.
Tenko was in the metal cage for the whole seance, wasn't she? How could someone have gotten to her there?
Maybe the culprit killed her before she went under the metal cage.
But we saw her. She was alive.
That's not possible. She was alive at that point.
Although, now thinking about the murder weapon, it does sort of make sense that she was killed from underneath the floorboards, because you could have just like poked that out from the through the floorboard after you moved it. Because it's a sickle. You could have just pulled right down on it, and it would have gotten the back of her neck. That makes more sense now. On how she was stabbed through the neck and the back while being in the cage. And how they would have reached it. That makes sense. So then marking it on the floor, or marking it somehow to be able to find it and navigate the spot to the floorboard would be important. Just how is the question.
Yes, she was unmistakably alive when the seance began.
That was right before we blew out the candles. But when the light came back...
The floorboard was removed at that point, so it's likely she was already dead then.
Wait. Why is Kokichi looking more and more like the suspect? The more I think about this. Because if she was killed from underneath the floorboard with the sickle, we saw the blood had dripped down. It would have dripped on the killer. Guess who had blood on their face? Kokichi, who pretended to have been dead. Did he actually trip and fall and hit his head? Or was that the lie? To make us think he wasn't the killer, because he wouldn't have had time to clean his face. Oh, don't... Kokichi, if you do this to me twice in the same case, If his fake confession was actually the truth, well, that was for Anji, but still, beside the point. I'll never forget that boy. No. Oh, this could be a bad case. Oh, this could be very bad, chat.
So she was killed when the room was dark?
But she was inside Cage, right? Going to think it impossible to kill her then.
Impossible. I love Gonta.
And she wasn't killed when the room was dark. It was a different time.
A different time?
How the fuck should I know? You figure it out, shitheads.
Don't speak if you don't know what you're talking about.
Huh? Since Gonta said it was impossible, I'm proposing an alternate theory. Now hurry up and think!
We have been. What have you been doing?
If you want to make my golden brain tingle, start circle jerking your limp dick brains!
Oh.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
Shut
So
up.
who lifted the cage?
Himiko did.
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no doubt!
Tenko not being killed during the seance might not be impossible, but there's no evidence for it. There's something here. Okay. We had the dog statue, which is 175 pounds. Right, Himiko would never be able to lift that. So that might be what we need. The weight sheet. The marker stone. And the iron cage. Thinking it's gonna be this one.
When Tenko got killed,
Something about Himiko.
it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time.
It's
And
true.
she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast.
Can't stand her.
So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
No. If the culprit killed her when they opened the cage, only Himiko could have done it. Oh, okay. No, we're still talking about when the moment it was lifted, or the cage was lifted. No, not. Or okay. There was a loud sound when we heard it, and I keep thinking about the dog statue being moved, but I guess that has nothing to do with it. Could have been the floorboard for all we know. Okay, gotta rethink through things. some reason having them written down to look at seems to work better for me. Here we go. That means I'm gonna have to go through and get all the yellow dialogue.
When Tenko got killed,
Great, we're gonna have to listen to this like
it
at least
wasn't
twice
during the
more.
seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the...
She was under the cage the whole time.
cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
We have 3 things.
Brett.
There's no doubt!
Something's happening. Sorry, things were going on where I'm not, so I wanted to double check. Make sure everything was good. Okay. So, she was under the cage the whole time. True. The moment the cage was lifted, and Himiko is the culprit. Those are the 3 that we can shoot. Don't. No. We have dog statue, white sheet, iron cage, and marker stuff. I'm not sure what here is going to be helpful. Killed during the seance. Might be impossible, but there's no evidence for it. This is not. These truth bullets are not helpful with these things. They're talking about lifting the cage and murdering her within a few seconds. It is around 3 feet high and 5 feet wide. Around. Hmm. I mean, unless we use... Here. I could think about using the iron cage or the white sheet as evidence that Himiko isn't the killer because there's blood on the top of both of them, but not on Himiko. You would think, potentially, that there would have been, right? But there's two of them. And not really a way to pick one over the other? Make one more right than the other? Is there? It does say it's in the middle of it. It's just as the bottom.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time.
She was under the cage the whole time. She was dead when the cage was lifted.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
No. I thought maybe with the blood being on the back of the cage, that would have been a way to refute that. I honestly don't know.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time, and she was dead when the cage was lifted.
Onyx, I can't see baby. Come on. You have to move. Come on. Come over here. Don't just stare at my hand. Come over here. I need like a poking stick. So I can poke you. Ugh. Don't lean into it. You need to move out of the way, love. Thank you. Maybe she just stares at me like she doesn't know what I'm trying to get her to do. She knows.
What about moment Cage was lifted?
Ooh, like that.
When Cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So fast, no one saw.
Oh my!
So who lifted the cage?
It was me.
Then obviously Himiko is the culprit.
There's no doubt.
I don't actually know. I really don't want to keep going back through this one and listening to Miu the whole time. Hello, ad break. Only talking about the moment the cage was lifted. So that kind of takes the dog statue out of play. Marker Stone doesn't seem to have anything to do with this either. That just leaves the white sheet and the iron cage. Which one? Or which one? Iron cage the whole time, which is true. Moment cage is lifted and Himiko is the culprit. Oh! Oh my gosh. Never mind. I think I figured this out. It's... The white sheet would have been lifted off the cage, so Himiko couldn't have killed Tenko the moment she lifted the cage because everybody would have saw. It's so obvious now.
When Tenko got killed, it wasn't during the seance.
It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. And she was dead when the cage was lifted. What about moment cage was lifted? Right back! When cage lifted, culprit stabbed Tenko real fast. So
Fast?
no one saw.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna
She
be
lifted the cage.
the last one.
It was me.
Shut up.
Then obviously Himiko.
I missed!
There's no doubt. When Tenko got stabbed,
It wasn't during the seance. It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. She was dead when the cage was lifted. What about moment cage was lifted?
Time up! Whatever. Just do it again. Ugh. It could probably also just go to the moment that the cage was lifted too, probably. We ran out of time. It's fine. Ugh! Go away! Cat, you're in the way again. Retry.
We can't let it end here.
when Tenko got killed,
it wasn't during the seance. It could not have been done at any other time. She was under the cage the whole time. She was dead when the cage was lifted. What about moment cage was lifted?
Nope, nope. There.
That's wrong.
Okay. So it was that one, not the other one. Got it. Can't believe it took
No,
me so long.
it wasn't possible to kill her the moment the cage was lifted.
It was right there too, right in front of my face.
Because the inside of the white cloth had Tenko's blood on it.
Oh. Yeah, that part too. You know what? It doesn't matter what logic I used to get to the right answer. It got to the right answer. Mine still works. It's still logical.
That cloth was removed before the cage was lifted. If Tenko was stabbed then, there wouldn't be blood on the cloth.
what? But how could my golden brain be wrong when it felt so right?
Because you have a problem. I'm out of drink.
The only possibility is that Tenko was killed during the seance.
I got your remodel right here!
Excuse me?
No, it's still wrong to think that Tenko was killed during the seance.
How?
What?
I'm gonna prove it right now. My golden brain is gonna go all out!
You don't have have a golden brain. Just very high opinion of yourself. I hate this.
Tenko died after the seance. It happened when the sheet was lifted. That was the moment the culprit chose to stab the fuck out of Tenko through the cage. They stuck the thin blade through the gaps of the cage. And that clean white sheet got stained blood red!
But the weapon was a sickle. Only the blade could have fit through the gaps.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo!
There has to be a logic and a hole in Mia's logic somewhere. I pushed it all the way over. What? Alright, hold on. Oh, no. That's what it did. Okay, who played yes? Like she's played yes. Cut pushback yes. Confirm truth. Oh, wait. But where? Show the evidence that will counter Miu's claim.
The blade's all you need.
Did I not already do that?
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Huh? She was probably sitting down normally while she was in the cage. No? I mean...
Oh no!
The blade's all...
No, hold on.
All you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps. In which case, the person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo!
Okay, so this is... Okay, hold on.
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
That's the only one to do.
Damn it!
The blade's all you need.
Iron cage, sickle under the floor, marker stone.
If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed. She wasn't that far from the cage's gaps.
I don't know
In
how
which
to
case,
counter
the
that.
person who lifted the sheet is the culprit, and that's none other than Kyo!
If you're wrong...
The blade's all you need. If you stick the blade through a gap in the cage, it'd be long enough to reach Tenko. Sitting in there with her neck all exposed.
Okay.
I'll cut through your
I guess
words.
we're going with that one.
Wait just a minute. Tenko wasn't sitting down inside the cage.
Okay.
She was bent over with her forehead against the marker stone. And the cage itself was about 3 feet tall. The sickle's blade was too short to reach Tenko while she was in that position.
So she was actually talking about the sickle blade, not the katana blade.
I'm so embarrassed.
Why are you so surprised? You always say stupid things without thinking.
No worries, Mew. Everyone already knows you're an embarrassment to the human race.
Yeah, no worries.
Just the innocent way he agrees. I love it.
If Shuichi is
Okay.
right, then it's impossible for Tenko to have been killed through the cage.
Back on track.
She couldn't have been killed during the seance since she was in the cage, right?
Wrong.
If she was killed then, the cloth over the cage would have been pierced.
Underneath.
Not during the seance or from below the floor. Then it's impossible, isn't it?
We just gotta figure out how it was done beneath, from under the floor. How did they navigate to the right spot? Unless they were already there before we blew out the candles. Didn't think about that. They could have already been in position. Use the candles to get to the right spot.
Yeah,
We
for a
also
living
counted down to
person.
blowing out the candle, so if they had a candle underneath the floorboard, we might... Possible it wasn't noticed? Though I don't understand. No, I think you would still notice from that corner if there was a light down there. So probably use the light from the candles to get to position. And then just waited. That's a possibility. Ooh, could have already been under the floorboards. Okay. Kiba was in the room and was kicked out. So he was kind of nearby. But if he was going to be part of the seance, probably didn't have things prepped. So that would leave Dumugi and Mew. And Kaito. Kaito left early. Oh, no, not. But also, they wouldn't have been able to. Because, like, how would they prepare everything there ahead of time if they didn't know that one, a seance was going to be held there, like, at all, and two, that it was going to be in that room? Unless they prepared all three rooms, but still, like, there would have been no guarantee someone would have been in the room to murder. So I'm very confused. How someone would have the foresight to set it all up and also be able to commit this murder. I'm confused. Kimiko was the only one that suggested the room. Every time I feel like we're getting closer to the answer, I realize we're not anywhere near the answer. Or at least I'm not. Maybe chat is. Maybe chat knows the answer. They've known the whole time. Because they've seen through everything.
Huh?
I totally missed what this was about. Oh. Kokichi's talking about a dead person killing Tenko. Okay.
What if Angie's spirit killed Tenko?
What are you talking about? That's not possible.
You don't know that. Some things are impossible for a human, but not for a spirit.
Murdering Tenko from other floorboards with a sickle makes sense. I just don't understand how they would have set it all up. Because everything was set up ahead of time. That's the part that's confusing me.
Don't say stupid stuff like that! Screw spirits!
Stop that now.
Angie's spirit killed Tenko? Why?
Himiko?
Why would Angie's spirit kill Tenko?
What if Tenko killed Angie, and then Angie's spirit came back for revenge?
Like I said, that's impossible! Spirits can't be culprits!
Then explain how the culprit killed Tenko under these impossible circumstances.
Well,
See? You can't explain, can you? Only a spirit could have done it!
Wait! I know! What if the culprit was hiding inside the cage?
I'm pretty sure we would have noticed that. Since the cage is see-through.
If they were in there, they could have stabbed Tenko during the seance.
No. If there was someone else in the cage, we would have noticed.
I agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage.
Okay. Sometimes it skips to the next one without me pushing a button, and sometimes it doesn't. So it's not on auto. I'm confused, but okay. You do? Wait. I agree with Kaito. The culprit could have been inside the cage. Oh, wait a second. Oh. Maki wasn't in the room either.
Nonsense. There was no space in the cage for the culprit to hide.
Maybe the culprit wouldn't need to hide in the first place.
You think she killed herself?
What?
Also, the culprit could have killed her in the cage at any time. I think you know what I'm getting at, right?
She's referring to. You're talking about Tenko herself, right?
I believe Maki is referring to Tenko herself.
What did you say?
That doesn't...
Are you saying Tenko is the culprit?
She committed suicide.
I mean... But could she have lifted the floorboard on her own? But then would she have the strength? The sickle's a murder weapon. And the floorboard's removed. But the sickle was not directly underneath the moved floorboard, right? It was kind of off to the side. She moved the floorboard while she was on it, which could have made the loud noise. Grabbed the sickle she would have placed ahead of time, somehow knowing the seance was gonna happen, and in that room, used it to stab herself somehow with not a whole lot of extra room. And then before she died, was able to put the sickle back under the floorboard, but not directly underneath her? The whole fact that this all would have had to been set up ahead of time is really what's throwing me. when nobody knew, one, the seance was gonna happen, and two, where it was gonna happen. Like, did they already have a murder planned for that specific room? And when they chose that room for the seance, they're like, ooh, perfect. But also would have had no idea exactly where Tenko would have been in the whole room. Unless they knew about the seance. Like, okay, we're just gonna have to keep going.
Suicide?
Someone's gonna explain this to me
If she
eventually.
committed suicide, it would explain a lot of things we couldn't figure out.
All the things I can't figure out, as far as I can see, but who knows? Enlighten us, Maki.
She volunteered to be in the cage, and then stabbed herself during the seance. It wouldn't matter how dark the room was.
But the sickle she was stabbed with was under the floor, right? If Tenko had stabbed herself, wouldn't the sickle still be inside the cage?
Oh my god. Mew actually said something smart.
Oh my god.
Perhaps that explains why the floorboard was removed. After stabbing herself with the sickle, she threw it underneath the floor.
And if the sickle wasn't placed underneath there and was with Tenko at the whole time, where did she hide it? And how? Another question.
So she took off the floorboard to get rid of the sickle?
Yes, that makes sense to Gonta.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but...
Well, it doesn't make sense to me. There's no reason for Tenko to commit suicide.
Maybe I wasn't too far off with the theory I had earlier. You know, about Tenko killing Angie.
Yeah?
Because Tenko and Angie were fighting for your attention, right?
Still admit that is a possibility. And I did bring that up earlier. If Tenko was the killer, was Anji's killer, would Monokuma be satisfied with only focusing on the first murder?
Tenko's pent-up frustration led her to commit such an atrocity. Her conscience couldn't handle it anymore, so she decided to end her own life.
What?
But if she was gonna kill herself, why do it during the seance?
She wanted to hide the truth of her suicide.
Really? Why?
There could only be one reason to hide it in a killing game, right? It's to take us down with her.
Evil Kokichi face.
Take us down?
She wanted us to pick the wrong answer during the class trial. So she could bring us all down. She wanted us to die with her.
No, that would include Himiko, and I don't think she would want Himiko to die with her.
Okay, well, she probably just wanted Himiko to die with her, but still.
What?
What are you saying? Tenko wasn't like that. She told me.
What if all of that was just a lie?
Not everyone is a liar there, Kokichi.
A lie?
Wait, we should believe Tenko's last words.
The true terror of class trials is that you shouldn't believe everything said.
Himiko, you said that Tenko would never do anything like that. But how can you be so sure? Did you guys actually know each other? People keep all sorts of secrets. Like Maki. She hid the fact that she's a cold-blooded killer. Is it wise of us to trust other people wholeheartedly in this kind of situation?
Jeez, you're such a naive dude.
Naive?
Maybe.
We're all just people, you know? Of course we're gonna have some secrets. What matters is whether there's any malice behind them.
People can lie about how malicious their hidden secrets really are.
Well, duh. It's impossible to know for sure what others are thinking.
Kaito's coming to Maki's defense. Again.
That's why it all comes down to whether or not you believe in yourself. If you get betrayed, it's not their fault. It's your fault for believing in them.
Oh. That hurts, Kaito. You saying it's Shuichi's fault that he believed in Kaede? And Kaede was a murderer? I think you are. And that's just mean.
That's why I believed in Maki Roll, because I wanted to believe in her.
Just because you're acting all cool doesn't mean you get to skip training.
Training.
Hey, come on. Don't you think you're being a little too strict?
No.
Well, we come from different backgrounds. So for now, let's agree to disagree. No one's ever called me naive before. And from Kaito? Seriously?
I think you're a little naive.
Whether or not I believe, my heart can't reach Tenko anymore. But I want to believe in her. She wouldn't commit suicide. She wouldn't try to take us down. That's what I want to believe!
Me too. Gonta, no can believe Tenko commits suicide.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, that would answer all of our questions.
Would it? Doesn't answer all of my questions.
If you insist we believe in Tenko, then provide a reason to do so.
Proper reason.
All right, I'll give you a reason.
Is there a reason?
Sure.
Yes, there is. Will you trust me, Maki? If it turns out I'm wrong, you can blame me all you like. But for now, I need you to trust in my detective work.
Don't believe Tenko would kill herself because of what she said. Oh. She said, "See you guys after." I doubt she had a sudden change of heart. Just because we don't know how she was killed doesn't mean that it was suicide. We shouldn't be satisfied with that. And if we keep thinking, we'll find the truth. And that means we have to believe in Tenko. I'll make them all believe.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Nope. Okay, Tenko's last moments. Didn't kill her immediately.
The plan was to take us down with her.
On the corner.
So she hid.
File 3. Well, that's just Anji's. Oh, it's both of them. Okay.
Her true intentions.
Cage child. 5 people, including the spirit medium and dark place in the late first trial magic circle, pass down from the cage. Dog village underground. Then the new spirit must place their forehead on a stone and curl up like a turtle. They must do this at the center of the circle. After the other four must make the following preparations: cage over the spirit room, cover the cage in cloth. Let the dog out on top of the cage. Now step on the magic circle, then turn off all the lights. Stand in the corners. Sing the song.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
He thinks that Tenko committed suicide. I missed. Probably because they're latching onto the easy answer. I missed a lot of those ones. Get out of this. I need to make them think their suicide theory wouldn't work.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Okay. It was dropped in that corner. Okay.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
It's gonna be this
Her
one.
plan was to take us down
and
with
the
her.
last.
So she hid her true intentions.
She could have secretly
Brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength,
No.
she threw the
No.
sickle underneath the floor.
Okay, so I can't shoot it when it's covered like that.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions. But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance. She could have secretly brought the sickle and then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength,
No. How would she have been able to throw it all the way over there? Let's see. I really have to write this down and think about it again. I thought I could get through this. It was Hole in the Corner, Tenko's Last Moments, Monokuma file number 3, and Page Child, yeah. Okay, let's run through these again.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down. With her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tenko's not that kind of person! But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have secretly brought the sickle.
Sickle. And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw... with a sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
Not all of them. Alright, Monokuma file number 3 doesn't really help us. Cage child ritual doesn't really help us. Take us down doesn't really fit. So we might have to just try a couple of them.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her.
So she hid her true intentions.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could have
Secretly brought the
sickle.
Can't reach it.
And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength.
Okay, so it's not going to be either of the two with this.
Damn it!
So far, suicide seems to be...
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She
could have secretly brought
the sickle.
Too high.
And then stabbed herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor. All the pieces fit.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions. But if Tenko did commit suicide,
it would explain how she died during the seance.
She
could have secretly
brought the sickle.
Damn it!
Okay, so it's not gonna be that.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
I'm like just completely wrong about.
It would explain how she
all
died
of
during the
these. I'm gonna be
seance.
so mad.
She could have secretly brought the sickle.
No? Okay.
No.
Well, so don't go with that. Take us down still doesn't really seem to fit. The Akuma file has nothing for us in it. So... guess all we have left is the caged child with maybe the last one, but I don't... see how that's going to... oh.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Tanko's not that kind of person!
We ran out of time again.
Is this... We can't let it in!
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation. Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
She could brought the sickle.
So the fact that she doesn't have any other injuries on her body, which she probably would have if she had to like maneuver a sickle out from under her clothes, doesn't help. I don't know. Some of these are just such a huge pain in the butt. Ooh, Friday. Oh, okay.
So far, suicide seems to be the best explanation.
Her plan was to take us down with her. So she hid her true intentions.
Oops. I have to hold on.
Tenko's not that kind of person!
But if Tenko did commit suicide, it would explain how she died during the seance.
Sometimes I forget
She
about
could
the
have
lies.
secretly brought the sickle.
And I never really think
And
about
then
using them.
stabbed
because
herself with it.
Finally, with the last of her strength, she threw the sickle underneath the floor.
I'll reveal the truth!
I love how we tell a lie to reveal the truth.
Tenko couldn't have thrown the sickle under the floor.
Like, we lie about something in order to make... I don't... Whatever.
Because she died instantly.
Instantly?
Maki's just
I'm
gonna stay
certain of
quiet.
it. My investigation determined that she died instantly.
What's your opinion, Maki? I'd like to hear from someone who specializes in murder.
Maki.
You're right. I completely forgot about that important detail.
She's gonna go along with it. Okay.
Tenko died instantly.
What?
She's either just trusting us or she realized what we were doing.
As an assassin, I specialize in killing my targets swiftly. I have no doubt that Tenko was killed immediately.
Words of a true killer. Pretty sure we can believe everything she said.
Thank you, Maki.
How could you forget that, Maki Roll? You better apologize to Shuichi.
Excuse me?
It's okay, Kaito, really. No apology necessary. Anyway, Tenko died so suddenly that she couldn't have gotten rid of the sickle. Knowing that, the theory that she killed herself just doesn't fit, correct?
Just like I thought. Tenko wouldn't commit suicide.
Thank goodness, Himiko.
Which means someone definitely killed Tenko during the seance.
Her suicide was considered because we could not determine how she was killed.
No! There must have been a way! We're gonna figure it out!
Did any of the participants witness anything peculiar during the seance?
Okay, so I was wondering when the strange sound was gonna come up, but here we are.
If you know something, please speak up. It could be the key to solving this mystery.
Not a bad idea. We should remember what happened at the seance. Let me try to remember. I'm sure there's something. I need some kind of clue that will help me solve this mystery. Please let me just choose something. No.
Did anything seem out of the ordinary during the seance?
There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
That would be...
Now that I think about it, while we were all singing the song, I heard something.
Yes. Agreed. No! Why did that miss?
I'm more concerned about how dark it got in there.
Liam was totally pitch black. My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
Did anything seem out of the
Ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was
perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange.
Now that I think about it, while we were singing the song, I heard something. I think.
What?
I'm more concerned about how
dark it got in there. Liam was totally pitch black. My job was to relight the candles. Moving along the walls was seriously tough.
Did anything seem out
of the ordinary during the seance? There is something that bothers me. The fact that the seance failed. The ritual was perfect, and yet it failed. How utterly strange. Now that I think about it.
While we were all singing the song, I heard something.
Thank you.
I agree.
Okay.
Himiko, you think that something fell because of that sound you heard, right?
It's getting late. And I think we're only almost halfway through this.
It sounded like something heavy fell down and hit the floor really hard. What could have fallen down?
Fallen down? There wasn't anything on the ceiling that could have fallen down, right?
Am I wrong? I thought something fell, but...
The sound was pretty loud. It did seem like something hit the floorboards.
Something hit the floorboards? A loud sound. Like something hit the floorboards. Maybe that sound had something to do with the other thing that happened in the dark. other thing happened in the loose floorboard? Probably.
This is it! I think the floorboard coming off had something to do with that sound. That floorboard came loose at some point during the seance, right?
Could the floorboard have made such a loud sound, though?
It was the sound of an intense impact.
If the impact was that intense, then it could have loosened the floorboard.
That is true. There would have had to be a strong impact to make that sound. What was it? What could it possibly be?
All right then, let's go with that. We all gotta put our heads together now.
Not another non-stop debate.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable force.
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the floorboard.
A floorboard that comes loose when you step on it is dangerous. God, it's like I'm the only one here who's staying on the ball.
You hardly have any experience with balls to say that, Mew.
Don't be stupid.
Don't you know me and Balls are the best of friends?
Why is that? We didn't find that piece in this room. That would have made a noise, right? Made a strong enough impact to knock the floorboard loose. Think about everyone's testimonies and combine it with the facts.
So what made the floorboard come loose?
Judging from the sound, there must have been considerable
But I'm not
force.
sure where to...
Someone who participated in the seance. Maybe that person tore off the floorboard.
I mean,
That wouldn't make such a loud crashing sound.
Maybe the wooden statue fell over.
But that statue was still on top of the cage.
Culprit hide under floor. Then stood up with such might.
But we already said there was no one under the floor.
Someone must have stomped through the
floorboard. I guess that one? Okay.
I agree.
Because if that cross piece was missing,
Kokichi
maybe?
is right. The floorboard came loose because someone stomped on it.
How long was that floorboard piece? Oh, okay, well... I guess I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. Loose floorboard. It doesn't tell me. Do we not have an image of just Tenko on the floorboard? Okay, well, got it right somehow.
The floorboards fit perfect. Going to make sure first time we go to empty room.
When we first saw the room, yes. But when I looked again during the investigation, one of the cross pieces supporting the floorboards was cut off.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
After examining the cut, I concluded that it must have been done deliberately.
Someone? You mean the culprit, right? Why'd they do that?
What did the culprit stand to gain by cutting the cross piece?
They stand to gain. That's the question. We need. Everybody should be in their rooms. To solve this case, I'll need to think carefully about the cross piece and the floorboard. Tenko's body was at one end of the loose floorboard, and the cross piece that had been cut was on the other end of the floorboard. The unsupported part was outside the cage, so it could have been stomped on. Only one of the cross pieces was cut, the other two were intact. One of them was right under Tenko. The other was in the center, right about where the edge of the cage was. What was the culprit attempting to achieve by stomping on the floorboard? Think. Come on, think. Go in order. I'm not sure. Totally forget that hit the Y button. Oops. Going by color, not letter. I wish I could hold on to more than one letter at a time, but I can't.
I see now. That's right. The floorboard might have been used as a seesaw.
Yeah? A seesaw?
The crosspiece at one end of the floorboard had been cut off.
Except someone can only go up. Go out
The
of
other
again.
two cross pieces holding up that board were close to the cage. Meaning, if you were to apply force to the end of the floorboard with no crosspiece,
I'm going to have to stop in the middle of this shot. As much as I don't
the
want
next
to.
crosspiece would act as a fulcrum to turn the floorboard into a lever.
Ooh. Could they have possibly scraped the back of their leg to leave? No, because it was dry. Never mind.
A lever capable of lifting up Tenko's entire body.
Her whole body lifted up?
Yeah, that sounds like a seesaw, all right. But why bother lifting Tenko's body?
They couldn't have killed Tenko like that. Unless they used the sickle.
That part still is confusing to me.
That's exactly it. Using the seesaw trick, it was possible to kill Tenko with a sickle.
Huh? How?
Wait. We assumed they couldn't have killed Tenko from outside because the blade wasn't long enough to reach her, but if they did the seesaw effect, the blade would be able to reach her because they lifted her body up close enough.
In order for the culprit to kill Tenko with a
They would
seesaw
have to lift
trick,
the cloth too.
the placement of the sickle is the most important factor.
Floorboard, seesaw, the cage, and the blood on the white fabric. What conclusions can I draw from this? There's only one place the sickle could have been placed that is consistent with the evidence. Where was the sickle when Tenko was killed? Cage, because that's where they would have lifted her.
That's it! The sickle was at the top of the iron cage, with the blade facing down.
And yet this still would have had to all been set up ahead of time. Cut cross piece and everything. But there's still the missing cross piece in the other room that Kokichi fell through. If he did, well, yeah. Yeah, because he was in participating with the seance, but so it could have been Kyo. There's still hope, guys. Did they set up all three rooms the same way just in case? And we're okay. No. It's probably Kyo. He probably killed Anji to use her as an excuse to perform this seance that he was so hyped up about. Knew that those three rooms would be perfect because it had to be pitch black, and just set up all three rooms to work the same way. That way it wouldn't have mattered which one they used. But then why would he... The only part of that kind of catches me, like, makes me hesitant to actually say 100% Kyo, is why would he sabotage the seance he was so interested in doing? But I can't think of anybody else that could have set that up ahead of time and had a plan before, you know, for using the rooms. Still hoping it's Kyo.
The reason we didn't see it was because of the fabric covering the cage.
Wait, underneath the dog statue? Then why wouldn't we seen it once everything was lifted?
Also, the wooden statue kept the blade in place,
this have been set up? Io put the cloth on. It would have had to been done after, like, when the cloth was put on. So it keeps just pointing to Kyo.
It's true that the sickle's handle was thick, which made the statue wobble. But the statue's weight kept it from falling over.
I'm liking this more and more. Please. Could I have just been
Once
right this
everything was
whole
in place,
time without
if you stepped hard enough on the
the evidence
seesaw,
for it? Just my hopes and dreams coming true?
Tenko's body would have shot upward and hit the blade on the top of the cage. She was bent over, meaning the sickle's blade would have connected with her neck.
That's brutal, man.
The 6-inch sickle blade wasn't long enough to stab Tenko in her crouched position. But with the floorboard acting as a seesaw, it could compensate for the blade's length.
Bringing the victim to the sickle rather than bringing the sickle to the victim. That's definitely an unorthodox idea.
It's crazy, but it would explain how Tenko got stabbed while she was in the cage.
So the sound we heard was the culprit stomping on the floorboard.
That impact make floorboard come loose.
Looks like we got ourselves a good old-fashioned seesaw homicide. Wait, what the hell's a seesaw homicide? That's fucking crazy!
The craziness is what really makes the killing game fun, you know? They can't get away with murder the normal way, so they gotta think outside the box.
I really wish I knew how much more there was to do.
Kudos, culprit! You did a great job keeping me entertained.
I'm glad you're entertained.
Indeed. Well played, Himiko.
And you're putting this on Himiko again, why? Deflecting?
Yeah?
It was you, wasn't it? The one behind the seesaw homicide.
What just happened? I have no idea what just happened.
Why her?
Because she's the only one capable of carrying out this plan.
How?
The only one? Why's that?
Because this seesaw homicide required its location to be prepared beforehand.
Okay, so you're going off based off the fact that she picked this room. But how did she know there's gonna be a seance performed there? You're the one who really wanted to perform the seance. And again, there was another room prepared. Same way.
By cutting the
Just gonna leave all
crosspiece
three of
beneath the
them
floorboard, you mean?
Then the culprit would need to lure their victim into the prepared room.
And Himiko didn't know that. Well, I don't think it really mattered who decided to be the medium.
That is why you chose that room for the seance. Is it not,
Like-
Himiko?
Was Tenko the target all along, or just did they want another target? And anyone would do.
Oh yeah! Himiko was the one who chose the site for the seance!
Oh. How long is trial Because we still have to figure out... Oh, jeez. Cause trials, including trial 3, generally take between 2 to 2.5 hours to complete. Well, it's been longer than that. But also because I kept failing at things. And this Reddit person says 3 to 4. I want to stop in the middle, but also I'm tired. Okay. Executive decision, I guess. I think we're gonna stop here. And... I'm so glad I can stop in the middle of like, save in the middle of trials. Okay. Pick up from here. I should be able to remember all this, right? Maybe we'll do... I want to say probably do an extra stream, but I'm not sure if I can. What does the rest of my week look like? Nope. Unless we do one Saturday. Or no, yeah. And then Monday? But I don't know if anything's going on Saturday. I'll have to play things by ear. Okay. Absolutely no way of knowing how much more we have to go. Unless I actually look up a full guide and go through it. And I don't want to do that. Oh, it says extra, not exit. See, I'm so tired I can't even read. Okay, chat. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed so far the trial going on and all the twists and turns that include, or that it includes. I'm so tired. I don't want to stick around for raid, and also I don't have anybody streaming right now. All right, well, so we're just gonna wrap up here. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day, night, evening, whatever it might be for you. Take care. Stay safe, everybody. And I'll see you guys later on today, because it's Tuesday now. Which means it's that one game we play every Tuesday. Elden Ring. That game. Gosh, I'm more tired than I thought. Millennia. Yay! Have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.